Hello, my friend. I'm glad you are here. Tonight, we're going to talk about a man who changed the world forever, a man whose ideas still light our homes and fill them with sound and pictures even now, almost 100 years after he left this earth. Thomas Alva Edison, the Wizard of Menlo Park, the man who gave us the light bulb, the phonograph, the motion picture camera, and over 1,000 other inventions that shaped our modern world. A man who rose from humble beginnings with barely any formal education to become, perhaps, the greatest inventor in human history. The screen will be black as I tell this story, so you can rest your eyes and let your mind create the pictures. Let your imagination travel back in time to meet young Thomas. Are you ready? Good. But before we begin, I want you to get comfortable, real comfortable. There you go. Now take a deep breath in and slowly let it out. Yes, just like that now. Another deep breath, feeling the tension. Leave your body as you exhale. Very good. Then, let's begin. It was the year 1847, on February 11th, when little Thomas came into this world, born in the small village of Milan, Ohio, to Samuel and Nancy Edison. Oh, what a different time it was back then. His father Samuel was a man of many trades, you see, a political activist, a land speculator, and a shingle maker who had fled from Canada to the United States after taking part in the Mackenzie Rebellion. His mother Nancy was a school teacher, a bright woman who would later become the greatest influence in young Thomas's life. Thomas was the youngest of 7 children, though only 4 would survive to adulthood. Marion, Samuel, Jr., and William were his older siblings, who lived to see their little brother become famous. The Edison family wasn't wealthy, no, not at all, but they were hard-working folk who valued education and curiosity traits that would serve young Thomas well in the years to come. Milan was a prosperous community when Thomas was born, a bustling canal town, but times were changing fast. Yes, the railroads were coming, and they would bypass Milan entirely before long. The town's economy would suffer greatly, and the Edison family would need to seek their fortunes elsewhere. When Thomas was just 7 years old in 1854, the family packed up their belongings and moved to Port Huron, Michigan, searching for better opportunities. In this new place, young Thomas would begin his formal education. But that wouldn't last long. No, not for a mind like his. You see, young Thomas wasn't like other children. There was something special about him, something that made him stand out even then. He asked questions, endless questions about how things worked, about why things were the way they were. Yes, his curiosity knew no bounds. And so begins our story of the boy who would one day be known as the Wizard of Menlo Park, the man who would bring light to our darkness and sound to our silence, Thomas Alva Edison, a true American genius. But that, my friends, is just the beginning. Oh, yes, there's so much more to tell about this remarkable life that changed the course of history forever. Now, where was I? Yes, young Thomas and his schooling. That's quite the tale indeed. You see, Thomas started school in Port Huron when he was about 7 years old, but school and Thomas, well, they didn't exactly get along. No, sir, they did not. The teachers back then, they didn't understand a boy like Thomas, always fidgeting, always asking why, always wanting to know how things worked, instead of just memorizing facts like the other children. His mind was racing too fast for the classroom, you might say. After only 3 months at school, young Thomas's teacher called him addled, which meant confused or slow-minded. Can you imagine that the boy who would one day light up the world being called slow-minded? Makes me chuckle every time I think of it. When Nancy Edison heard what the teacher said about her son, oh, she was furious, absolutely furious. She marched right down to that school and took Thomas out, saying if the teacher couldn't understand her son, then she would teach him herself. And teach him. She did. Nancy Edison had been a school teacher before her marriage, and she understood what many didn't, that different minds learn in different ways. She taught Thomas to love literature and history. She encouraged his questions, and most importantly, she taught him how to find answers for himself. By the age of 9, young Thomas had read works by Shakespeare and Dickens and was tearing through books on science and practical applications of scientific principles. His home became his laboratory, his mother his greatest teacher. But there was something else happening during these years, something that would shape Thomas's life in profound ways. When he was about 12 years old, Thomas began to lose his hearing. Some say it happened when a conductor grabbed him by the ears and lifted him onto a train after Head saved the man's child from being run over. Others say it was from a case of scarlet fever, or perhaps it was simply hereditary. We may never know for certain. What we do know is that Thomas didn't let his growing deafness stop him, no, sir. Not at all. In fact, in later years he would say that his deafness was an advantage, because it helped him concentrate and avoid distractions. Imagine that, turning what most would see as a terrible misfortune into an asset. That's the kind of mind young Thomas had. Around this time, the Civil War was raging across America from 1861 to 1865. And while Thomas was too young to fight, he was old enough to understand the world was changing rapidly around him. These were formative years. Indeed, young Thomas had an entrepreneurial spirit, too. Yes, at just 12 years old, he convinced his parents to let him sell newspapers and snacks on the Grand Trunk Railroad that ran from Port Huron to Detroit. He'd buy papers, print his own news sheets, set up a small laboratory in the baggage car, and sell to passengers all day long. It was on these train journeys that Thomas's life would take another dramatic turn. But that, my friends, is a story for our next chapter. The seeds of genius were planted in these early years, watered by his mother's belief, nourished by books and fertilized by his own endless questions. The boy was becoming the inventor, one small experiment at a time. Now, the railroad days. Those were exciting times for young Thomas. Let me tell you about how those years shaped the boy into the man he would become. It was 1859 when Thomas got permission from his parents to work as a newsboy on the Grand Trunk Railroad, selling newspapers and candy to passengers traveling between Port Huron and Detroit, a journey of about 60 miles each way. But Thomas wasn't content to just sell things other boys could do. That no, Thomas saw opportunity where others saw routine. He negotiated with local merchants, got himself better prices, and soon was making a tidy profit. Impressive for a boy of 12. The Civil War actually helped his business. You see, people were hungry for news about the battles, and Thomas knew it. So he'd get the headlines before boarding, then increase his prices for papers with news of important battles. Smart thinking for such a young lad. But here's where young Thomas showed his true colors. He wasn't satisfied just selling newspapers printed by others. No, sir, he wanted to create his own. So what did he do? He acquired a printing press, set it up in the baggage car of the train, and began publishing his own newspaper. The Grand Trunk Herald, that's what he called it, the first newspaper ever printed on a moving train. Can you imagine that? And people bought it. Travelers were amazed by this enterprising young man with his own newspaper business. But Thomas didn't stop there, no, he certainly did not. The baggage car became more than just his print shop. It became his first real laboratory. He collected chemicals, bottles, and apparatus, and conducted experiments during the long hours on the train. One day in 1862, a phosphorus experiment got out of hand and started a small fire in the baggage car. The conductor wasn't pleased. No, not at all. He boxed Thomas's ears so hard that it may have contributed to his hearing loss, and threw the boy and all his equipment off at the next station. But even this setback couldn't dampen Thomas's spirit. No, sir, it could not. Now, let me tell you about the event that changed everything. It happened at the Mount Clemens station in Michigan. Thomas was waiting on the platform when he saw something that made his blood run cold. A young boy about 3 years old, the son of the station. A. Mackenzie was playing on the tracks, and a freight car was rolling toward him. Without hesitation, Thomas leaped into action. He ran toward the child, grabbed him, and pulled him to safety, just seconds before the car would have struck him. It was a close call, too close. The boy's father, J.U. Mackenzie, was overcome with gratitude. How could he repay the young man who saved his son's life? Thomas had been interested in telegraphy for some time, and Mackenzie was a telegraph operator, so he offered to teach Thomas how to operate the telegraph operator. For the next few months, Thomas received lessons in Morse code and telegraph operation. This was the beginning of his career in communications and would lead to some of his greatest inventions. By 1863, at the age of 16, Thomas had become proficient enough to work as a telegraph operator. He left the railroad behind and stepped into a new chapter of his life as a telegrapher, wandering from city to city, taking jobs where he could find them. These were the years of Thomas's education, not in school, no, but in the real world, learning by doing, making mistakes, and trying again, the kind of education that suited his restless, curious mind. The railroad days taught young Thomas self-reliance, creativity, and the value of hard work, lessons that would serve him well in the years to come as he began his journey toward becoming America's greatest inventor. But that journey was just beginning, and the road ahead would have many twists and turns before Thomas Edison would become the name we all recognize today. So there was young Thomas at 16 years of age, with a new skill as a telegraph operator and an itching in his feet to see more of the world. The year was 1863, and the Civil War was still raging across our divided nation. Telegraph operators were in high demand. During those war years, you see, the telegraph was how news traveled, how generals communicated with their armies, how President Lincoln kept informed of victories and defeats. It was the internet of its day, if you will. Thomas began his new career as a telegrapher in Port Huron, but he didn't stay there long, no. He became what folks called a tramp telegrapher, moving from city to city, taking jobs where he could find them, learning different systems, improving his skills, and always experimenting. From 1863 to 1868, Thomas worked in cities across the Midwest, places like Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Louisville, Memphis, and Boston. He lived a nomadic life, sleeping in telegraph offices or cheap boarding houses, saving his money not for comfort but for books and experimental material. Now, Thomas's deafness might have seemed like a terrible handicap for a telegraph operator, but he turned it into an advantage. You see, he learned to distinguish the dots and dashes of Morse code by feeling the vibrations of the telegraph machine rather than by listening to them when other operators were distracted by noise. Thomas could focus entirely on his work, but he wasn't the most conventional employee. No, not by a long shot. Often he'd work the night shift so he could read and experiment during quiet hours. Sometimes he'd get so caught up in his experiments that he'd miss sending important messages. Oh, the station managers weren't pleased about that. No, they were not. In fact, Thomas was fired more than once for these experimental distractions, but he always found another job because he was remarkably fast and accurate. When he put his mind to it, he could receive and transcribe messages at incredible speed. It was during these wandering years that Thomas began to invent in earnest. His first patented invention came in 1868, when he was 21 years old. It was an electronic vote recorder designed to help legislatures count votes more quickly and accurately. Thomas was so proud of this invention he traveled to Washington, D.C. to demonstrate it to lawmakers. But do you know what happened? They weren't interested at all. No, sir. They told him they didn't want votes counted quickly. They preferred the old, slow method, which gave them time to lobby their colleagues and change votes if needed. Politics hasn't changed much, has it? This failure taught Thomas an important lesson. He decided then and there that he would never again invent something without making sure there was a market for it first, a practical lesson that would serve him well in the years to come. Despite this setback, Thomas continued experimenting, particularly with telegraph technology. He developed improvements to the telegraph that allowed multiple messages to be sent on the same wire at the same time. Imagine that it was like turning a one-lane road into a highway. In 1869, Thomas moved to New York City, the center of the telegraph industry in America. He had big dreams, and New York was the place to make them happen. One day, while visiting the offices of the Gold Indicator Company, which provided gold price information to brokers, he happened to be present when their equipment broke down. The managers were frantic. Gold prices were fluctuating wildly, and their customers had no way to know the current prices. Thomas stepped forward and offered to fix the problem. He quickly identified the issue and repaired the equipment. The company president was so impressed, he offered Thomas a job on the spot as a superintendent at the princely salary of $300 a month. A fortune in those days. Thomas accepted, and suddenly the wandering telegrapher had found a home base in the biggest city in America. This job gave Thomas something he'd never had before, a regular income. Yes, but more importantly, it gave him time and resources to work on his inventions. It was the beginning of a new chapter in his life, one where he would transform from a clever young man with ideas into a professional inventor. But the best was yet to come. Yes, indeed, the stage was being set for Thomas Edison to make his mark on the world in ways that would change all our lives forever. Now then, where were we? Yes, Thomas had just landed himself a good position with the Gold Indicator Company in New York City. But you know what? He didn't stay there long. No, sir, he had bigger plans. With the money he'd saved from his new job and payment he received for some of his telegraph improvements, Thomas established his first real workshop and laboratory in Newark, New Jersey in 1871, when he was just 24 years old. This workshop wasn't much to look at, just a rented space on Ward Street. But inside those walls, Thomas began to build something important, something that would change how invention itself worked. He hired several machinists and craftsmen to help him realize his ideas. You see, Thomas Edison understood something that many missed. Invention wasn't just about having good ideas. It was about having the skills and resources to turn those ideas into working machines. He created what we might call the first invention factory, where ideas could be tested, built, improved, and prepared for the market. In that Newark workshop, Thomas focused primarily on telegraph improvements, creating devices that could send multiple messages over a single wire, increasing the efficiency of the existing telegraph network. These inventions caught the attention of Western Union, telegraph giant of the era. Western Union began paying Thomas handsome sums for his patents and improvements, tens of thousands of dollars, which was an absolute fortune in those days. Imagine a young man not yet 25, earning what today would be millions. The workshop in Newark was becoming a success. It was during this time in Newark that Thomas met a young woman who worked at one of his shops. Her name was Mary Stillwell. Just 16 years old when they met, she was quite impressed with the young inventor, and he with her. On Christmas Day, 1871, Thomas and Mary were married. It was a simple ceremony, and they soon set up housekeeping near his workshop in Newark. In the years that followed, they would have 3 children: Marion, born in 1873, Thomas Jr., born in 1876, and William, born in 1878. Life wasn't always easy for Mary. Though Thomas worked long hours, often forgetting to come home for dinner or staying up all night with his experiments, he wasn't the most attentive husband. No, not at all. His mind was always filled with ideas and problems to solve. In 1873, Thomas traveled to England to demonstrate some of his telegraph improvements. It was his first trip abroad, and it opened his eyes to the international potential of his inventions. The world was getting smaller as communication technology improved, and Thomas Edison was at the forefront of that revolution technology. When he returned to America, Thomas continued his work with renewed vigor. In 1874, he developed the quadruplex telegraph, which could send 2 messages in each direction on a single wire, doubling the capacity of existing telegraph lines without laying new wires. Western Union paid him an impressive $10,000 for the rights to this invention. But perhaps the most significant invention from the Newark years was something called the electric pen. Patented in 1876, this device was the first practical electric motor-driven appliance sold in the United States and became the foundation for the mimeograph machine, an office copying device that would be used for decades before photocopiers were invented. The Newark workshop was successful, but Thomas was beginning to feel constrained by the urban setting and the limitations of his rented space. He dreamed of a larger facility, somewhere quieter, where he could expand his operations and tackle even bigger problems. In 1876, after 5 productive years in Newark, Thomas Edison made a decision that would define the rest of his career. He purchased land in rural Menlo Park, New Jersey, about 25 miles from New York City, and began construction on a new laboratory, a place that would become known as the world's first research and development facility. The Newark chapter was closing, but it had established Thomas Edison as a serious inventor and businessman with financial success patents to his name and a growing reputation as a practical problem solver. The groundwork was laid for what would come next, the most productive and innovative period of his remarkable life. As Thomas himself often said, genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. And in the years at Newark, he had certainly done his share of perspiring, but the true sweat of creation was yet to come in the small rural town that would soon be known worldwide because of one man's vision. Menlo Park, New Jersey wasn't much to look at before Thomas Edison arrived, just a sleepy little community with a train station. And not much else but all that was about to change. Yes, indeed, in 1876, Thomas built what he called his invention there, and the world would never be. This wasn't just any laboratory, no, sir. It was something entirely new in the world, a place designed from the ground up for the sole purpose of creating inventions, a 2-story building with long rooms filled with every kind of scientific equipment, chemicals, books, instruments, tools. Everything an inventive mind could want. Thomas hired a team of skilled workers, machinists, glassblowers, mathematicians and craftsmen. He called them his muckers. And together they formed something like a family, all dedicated to turning Thomas's ideas into reality. He paid them well, but worked them hard, sometimes through the night, when an idea was flowing. The Menlo Park Laboratory was where Thomas truly hit his stride, and the years from 1876 to 1882 were the most productive of his life. The inventions that came out of that laboratory, well, they changed the very fabric of modern life. Now, let me tell you about the invention that first made Thomas Edison famous worldwide. The phonograph. It was 1877. And Thomas was working on improvements to the telephone, which had recently been invented by Alexander Graham Bell, when he had an idea that if he could record a telephone message on paper tape, maybe it could be played. He sketched out a design, gave it to his lead machinist, John Cruzy, and told him to build it. Cruzy thought the idea was foolish, but he built it anyway, a simple device with a hand crank, a cylinder wrapped in tinfoil, and a needle attached to a diaphragm. When the cylinder turned and someone spoke into the mouthpiece, the vibrations would be indented onto the tinfoil. When it was assembled, Thomas turned the crank and spoke into the mouthpiece. The famous first words were, "Mary had a little lamb." Then he reset the needle and turned the crank again, and to everyone's astonishment, the machine played back his words. It worked on the very first try. Can you imagine that? Thomas was 30 years old when he invented the phonograph, and it made him instantly famous. Newspapers around the world called him the Wizard of Menlo Park. People couldn't believe that a machine could capture and replay the human voice. It seemed like magic. But Thomas wasn't resting on his laurels. No, sir. He was already working on his next great challenge, electric light. You see, at that time, cities and homes were lit by gas lights, which were dim, smoky, dangerous, and expensive. Many inventors had tried to create electric light, but none had succeeded in making a practical version that could replace gas lighting. In 1878, Thomas announced that he would solve the problem of electric light, and the race was on. The gas companies mocked him, saying it couldn't be done, but Thomas was determined. He understood that the key challenge was finding the right material for the filament, the part that glows inside the bulb. For over a year, Thomas and his team tested thousands of materials: carbonized cotton, carbonized paper, cedar wood, coconut shells, fishing line, everything they could think of, trying to find something that would glow brightly when electricity passed through it, but wouldn't burn up too quickly. On October 21, 1879, after more than 1,200 experiments, Thomas and his team finally succeeded using a carbonized cotton thread. As a filament, they created a light bulb that burned for over 13 hours. It wasn't perfect, not yet, but it worked. And Thomas knew he was on the right track. By the end of 1879, Thomas had improved the bulb to last for over 40 hours and filed for a patent. He wasn't just inventing a light bulb, though he was designing an entire system of electrical generation and distribution. Because what good is a light bulb without electricity to power it? In 1882, Thomas established the Edison Electric Light Company, and on September 4 of that year, he threw the switch at the world's first central power station on Pearl Street in New York City, providing electricity to 59 customers in the financial district of Manhattan. The Wizard of Menlo Park had done it again. He had created not just an invention, but an entire industry. The age of electricity had begun, and Thomas Edison was its father. But these weren't his only inventions during the Menlo Park years, no. He also developed the carbon microphone, which dramatically improved telephone sound quality, the mimeograph for copying documents, and dozens of improvements to the telegraph and other existing technologies. By 1882, Thomas Edison was not just an inventor, he was becoming a businessman, an industrialist, with companies forming around his inventions. He had over 300 patents to his name, and was becoming wealthy from royalties and stock in his various enterprises. The Menlo Park era was drawing to a close personal tragedy. Struck when Mary, his wife, died in August 1884, possibly from a brain tumor, leaving Thomas a widower with 3 young children. During this difficult time, he found solace in his work, as he always had, but he knew that a chapter of his life was ending. Soon, Thomas would make another move, this time to a larger facility in West Orange, New Jersey, where he would build an even bigger invention factory and tackle even greater challenges. But that, my friends, is a story for our next chapter. The Wizard of Menlo Park had transformed himself from a curious boy to the world's most famous inventor. He had changed how we communicate, how we entertain ourselves, and even how we light our world. But Thomas Edison's story was far from over, no. Sir, he was just getting started. After the death of his wife, Mary, Thomas was a changed man. The light had gone out of his eyes for a time. He was now a single father to 3 young children, while also managing his growing business. Empire, it was a difficult time for the world's most famous inventor. But Thomas Edison was nothing if not resilient, and in 1885, about a year after Mary's passing, he met a young woman who would bring joy back into his life. Her name was Minna Miller, the daughter of a wealthy inventor and businessman from Ohio. Thomas was smitten with Minna, who was 20 years his junior, and he courted her in a most unusual way. Being hard of hearing, Thomas had learned Morse code as a young man, and now he tapped messages into Minna's palm during their courtship, teaching her the code so they could communicate privately, even in public gatherings. Imagine that, wooing a woman in secret code. In February 1886, Thomas and Minna were married, and she took on the role of stepmother to his 3 children. While they were on their honeymoon, Thomas was already planning his next big move. The Menlo Park laboratory had served him well, but he envisioned something even grander. In 1887, Thomas opened a massive new laboratory complex in West Orange, New Jersey. It was unlike anything the world had seen before, covering more than 5 acres with several buildings dedicated to different aspects of invention and manufacturing. He called it his invention factory. The main laboratory building was 3 stories tall and contained equipment for experiments in chemistry, physics, metallurgy, and electrical science. There were separate buildings for woodworking, metalworking, and glass blowing, a photography building, and a power plant to generate electricity for the whole complex. Thomas employed over 100 scientists, engineers, machinists, and craftsmen at the West Orange Laboratory. It truly was a factory for inventions, a place where ideas could be developed, tested, and turned into commercial products on a scale never before attempted. At his new home in Glenmont, a beautiful Queen Anne-style mansion in the exclusive Llewellyn Park section of West Orange, Thomas and Minna started their own family together. They had 3 children: Madeline, born in 1888, Charles, born in 1890, and Theodore, born in Thomas. Now, the West Orange years were extraordinarily productive. Thomas continued to improve his phonograph, creating the first commercial phonograph business, the Edison Speaking Phonograph Company, which later became the Edison Phonograph Company, who developed wax cylinders to replace the original tinfoil recordings, making sound recordings practical for home use. But while Thomas was focusing on his phonograph business, a major battle was brewing in the electrical industry, what came to be known as the War of Currents, and it would pit Thomas Edison against some formidable rivals. You see, Thomas's electrical system used direct current, or DC, which worked well for lighting, but had limitations. It couldn't travel far from the power station without significant power loss, so power plants needed to be built every mile or so to serve customers. A brilliant young engineer named Nikola Tesla, who had briefly worked for Edison, developed an alternating current, or AC system, which was championed by George Westinghouse. AC could be transmitted over much longer distances, making it more practical for widespread use. Thomas was deeply committed to his DC system and refused to acknowledge the advantages of AC. He waged a publicity campaign against alternating current, claiming it was dangerous, and even demonstrating its dangers by using AC to publicly electrocute animals, a disturbing tactic that showed a darker side to the usually affable inventor. Despite Thomas's efforts, the War of Currents ended with AC becoming the standard for electrical transmission, while many of his companies continued to use DC until the 1890s, when financial realities forced them to adopt AC. As well, this was a rare defeat for the wizard, but he never fully acknowledged it. Around this time, Thomas also became involved in the new technology of motion pictures. In 1891, he patented the kinetograph, the first practical motion picture camera, and the kinetoscope, a device for viewing the films. These inventions laid the groundwork for the entire film industry. In 1893, Thomas built the world's first film production studio on the grounds of his West Orange laboratory. It was called the Black Maria, and was a peculiar-looking building, painted entirely black, with a roof that could be opened to let in sunlight and mounted on a turntable, so it could be rotated to follow the sun throughout the day. Here, the first commercial motion pictures were produced. Despite these successes, Thomas faced business challenges during this period: the formation of General Electric in 1892, a merger of Edison General Electric and Thomson Houston Electric Company, reduced his control over the electrical industry he had pioneered. His focus was increasingly on inventing, not on business management. By the mid-1890s, Thomas Edison was 50 years old and had already changed the world several times over with his inventions, but he showed no signs of slowing down. No, sir, the coming years would bring new challenges, new inventions, and even more chapters in the remarkable story of America's greatest inventor. The 20th century was approaching, and with it would come opportunities and challenges that even Thomas Edison could not foresee. But the foundation had been laid at West Orange for decades more of innovation and invention. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, Thomas Edison was already a legend. But he wasn't finished, not by a long shot. Even as he entered his 50s, and then his 60s, his mind remained as active and curious as ever. In 1900, Thomas turned his attention to a project that had intrigued him for years, developing a better storage battery. At the time, batteries were inefficient, heavy, and unreliable, but Thomas envisioned a world where homes and vehicles might run on battery power. This work would take more than a decade of experimentation and over 10,000 attempts before success was achieved. The Edison alkaline storage battery was finally perfected around 1910. It was more durable than earlier lead-acid batteries and found uses in lighting railroad signals, powering miners, headlamps, and even in early Speaking of vehicles, around this time, Thomas formed an unlikely but powerful friendship with a younger inventor and industrialist named Henry Ford. who had founded the Ford Motor Company in 1903. Ford idolized Edison and often sought his advice and counsel. Their friendship deepened over the years, and they began taking camping trips together, along with another industrial titan, the tire magnate Harvey Firestone, and sometimes joined by the naturalist John Burroughs. These camping expeditions of wealthy industrialists, roughing it in the woods, captured the public's imagination. They called themselves the Vagabonds, and newspaper reporters often followed them on these adventures, documenting the sight of these famous elderly gentlemen sitting around campfires, discussing the future of American industry and technology. Can you picture that Thomas Edison, Henry Ford, and their wealthy friends telling stories just like regular folks? During these years, Thomas's fame continued to grow. He was arguably the most famous American in the world at that time. People everywhere used his inventions. Daily, the light bulb, the phonograph, motion pictures, his impact on daily life was immeasurable. In 1915, Thomas was rumored to be a candidate for the Nobel Prize in Physics. There were newspaper reports that he and Tesla would share the prize, but it never happened. The reasons remain unclear to this day, though some speculate that Thomas' lack of formal education played a role. When World War I broke out in Europe, Thomas, who was now in his late 60s, was appointed head of the Naval Consulting Board, a group of scientists and inventors who would develop defensive weapons for the United States Navy. It was the first time the U.S. government had formally called upon its scientific community for military assistance. Thomas threw himself into this work, suggesting naval innovations, including submarine detectors and improved torpedoes, while he personally opposed violence. The reality of war had arrived, and he felt duty-bound to help his country. One of Thomas's most unusual projects during this period was an attempt to communicate with the dead. Yes, you heard right, the great scientific mind had developed an interest in what was then called spiritualism, possibly due to the loss of loved ones, and his own advice he theorized might detect and communicate. He never claimed success with this device and maintained a skeptical scientific approach, saying, "I have been at work for some time building an apparatus to see if it is possible for personalities which have left this earth to communicate with us. If it is ever possible," he declared, "Thomas Edison would be the one to find out. At least, that's what the newspapers reported." By 1920, Thomas was in his 70s and beginning to slow down a bit, though his mind remained sharp. His hearing had worsened considerably, and he suffered from various health issues related to age and his lifelong habit of working long hours with little rest. Yet, even in his 70s, Thomas continued to work almost daily at his West Orange laboratory, pursuing new ideas and improvements to existing technologies. His enthusiasm for discovery never dimmed throughout his life. In 1925, Thomas's electric companies merged with other manufacturers to form Thomas Edison Inc., consolidating his various business interests into one corporation. This helped ensure that his industrial legacy would continue. As he aged, Thomas became something of a sage, dispensing wisdom to reporters and visitors from around the world who sought his opinions on everything from education to politics to the future of technology. His annual birthday interviews became major media events, with reporters gathering to hear what the elderly inventor would say about the state of the world. In 1927, Thomas celebrated the 50th anniversary of his invention of the phonograph. A gala event was held in his honor, attended by such luminaries as President Calvin Coolidge, Henry Ford, Orville Wright, and a meeting of great minds, all there to honor our Thomas. As the 1920s progressed, Thomas began to spend more time at his winter home in Fort Myers, Florida, where he and Henry Ford had neighboring properties there. He could escape the harsh New Jersey winters and continue working in a more comfortable climate. It was in Florida that Thomas did some of his last major research, working on finding a domestic. Thomas Edison's later years were filled with honors awards and recognition for his contributions to human progress. But there were also personal challenges and health struggles ahead, as the great inventor entered the final chapter of his remarkable life. As the 1920s progressed, Thomas Edison was in his 80s, a true elder statesman of American innovation. His white hair and weathered face were recognized everywhere he went. But despite his advanced age and growing health concerns, he refused to retire, kept right on working. In 1928, Thomas embarked on what would be his final major research project at the request of his friends, Henry Ford and Harvey Firestone, who were concerned about America's dependence on foreign rubber supplies. They asked Thomas to find a domestic plant that could produce natural rubber. Even at 81 years old, Thomas approached this challenge with characteristic thoroughness. He collected and tested more than 17,000 plant specimens, eventually identifying goldenrod as a promising source of rubber. He developed a strain of goldenrod that grew to a height of 12 feet and contained about 12% rubber in its leaves. This work continued at both his West Orange laboratory and his winter estate in Fort Myers, Florida, where he had a botanical laboratory built specifically for this research. Thomas was still conducting experiments on rubber alternatives right up until his final illness. The year 1929 marked the 50th anniversary of Thomas's most famous invention, the practical incandescent light bulb. To celebrate this milestone, a grand ceremony was held at Dearborn, Michigan, organized by Henry Ford himself. This event, called Light's Golden Jubilee, drew presidents and luminaries from around the world. On October 21, 1929, exactly 50 years after his successful light bulb experiment, Thomas Edison stood alongside President Herbert Hoover, Henry Ford, and many other distinguished guests as a recreation of the first successful light bulb experiment was conducted. The elderly inventor as a tribute to Thomas Henry Ford, had relocated and restored the original Menlo Park laboratory to the Greenfield Village Museum complex in Dearborn, even moving soil from the original site so Thomas could symbolically stand on the same ground where he had made his breakthrough half a century earlier. Can you imagine the emotions he must have felt? But Thomas's health was beginning to fail. Diabetes and stomach ailments plagued his final years, and he became increasingly frail, though his mind remained sharp, until very near the end. His wife Mina and his children, particularly his son Charles, took on more responsibility in managing his affairs. In early 1931, Thomas's health took a serious turn. For the worse, he was confined to his home at Glenmont in West Orange, no longer able to make the daily trip to his beloved laboratory. His family gathered around him as his condition deteriorated throughout that year. Thomas Alva Edison died on October 18, 1931, at the age of 84, at his home in New Jersey. As news of his death spread, radio stations throughout the United States fell silent in tribute to the man who had contributed so much to modern communication. President Herbert Hoover asked Americans to dim their lights on the evening of October 21 in honor of the man who had given light to the world, a fitting tribute to an inventor whose work had illuminated not just homes and streets, but human progress itself. At the time of his death, Thomas held 1,093 U.S. patents, as well as many patents in other countries, the most ever issued to one person at that time. These covered not just his major inventions, like the phonograph and light bulb, but countless improvements to existing technologies, practical solutions to everyday problems, and even some. Thomas was buried in the family plot at Rosedale Cemetery in Orange, New Jersey, but his legacy lived on in countless ways. His companies continued. His name adorned schools, streets, and towns across America, and his inventions remained in daily use around the world. His son, Charles, took over the presidency of Thomas Edison Inc. and continued many of his father's businesses and research projects. The Edison name remained synonymous with innovations for generations to come. But perhaps Thomas's greatest legacy was not any single invention, but the modern research and development laboratory that he pioneered at Menlo Park and perfected at West Orange. The idea that invention could be systematic, organized, and collaborative rather than just the work of isolated individuals changed how innovation happens. Before Thomas' invention was often a solitary pursuit after him. It became an industry with teams of specialists working together to solve problems. His methods were adopted by corporations and governments worldwide, laying the groundwork for the technological revolutions of the 20th century and beyond. In the decades following his death, many of Thomas's predictions came true. He had foreseen solar energy, widespread electric vehicles, and wireless communication, among many other innovations that later generations would develop and perfect. The boy from Port Huron, who had received just 3 months of formal schooling, had become the world's greatest inventor, a man whose work touched virtually every aspect of modern life, whose name became synonymous with American ingenuity, and whose methods of systematic innovation continue to influence how we develop new technologies even today. As electric lights illuminate our homes, as we listen to recorded music, watch films, or use any of the countless devices that evolved from his work, we are experiencing the ongoing legacy of Thomas Alva Edison, the Wizard of Menlo Park, whose curiosity and determination truly did bring light to the world. In the years following Thomas Edison's death, the world continued to benefit from his remarkable inventions, but what happened to the empire? He had built the companies that bore his name, the laboratories where so many breakthroughs occurred. Let me tell you the story of what came after. Thomas's son, Charles Edison, who had worked alongside his father for many years, assumed leadership of Thomas Edison Inc. and its various subsidiaries. He had inherited not just his father's business interests, but also his sense of innovation and social responsibility. Under Charles' guidance, the Edison companies continued to develop new products and improve existing technologies through the challenges of the Great Depression and into World War II, when once again Edison Industries contributed to America's military efforts, just as Thomas had done during the First World War. In 1957, McGraw Electric Company acquired Thomas Edison Inc., forming McGraw Edison Company. While the Edison name remained on many products, the independent company that Thomas had founded was now part of a larger corporation, a pattern that would continue as the business world evolved and consolidated. What about the great laboratories that Thomas had established, the places where so much innovation had occurred? The West Orange complex, where Thomas had spent his final working years, was preserved as a National Historic Site. The Thomas Edison National Historical Park, which opened to the public in 1956. Visitors can still walk through the laboratories where Thomas and his muckers worked, see his desk, just as he left it, examine the vast collection of chemicals, equipment, and prototypes that he used, and gain insight into the systematic approach to innovation that was perhaps his greatest contribution to how we develop new technology. The original Menlo Park Laboratory preserved and relocated to Greenfield Village in Dearborn, Michigan by Henry Ford, continues to inspire visitors as part of the Henry Ford Museum Complex. There people can see where the light bulb was perfected, where the phonograph was born, and where the modern era of technological innovation truly began. But Thomas Edison's most significant legacy isn't found in museums or corporate histories. It's all around us, in the technologies that evolved from his inventions, and in the methods of innovation that he pioneered. Consider the entertainment industry that Thomas helped create. His phonograph evolved into record players, then compact disc players, and eventually the digital music players that now let us carry thousands of songs in our pockets. His motion picture technology developed into the film industry and later television and digital video and digital television. The electric light and power distribution system that he developed has been continuously improved and expanded until virtually every home and business on the planet has access to electric power, something that was unimaginable before Thomas demonstrated its feasibility. Perhaps most importantly, his approach to innovation, the combination of scientific research, practical application, market awareness, and collaborative teamwork, has become the standard model for research and development. Worldwide, every corporate laboratory, government research facility, and university technology department owes something to the methods Thomas Edison developed. Thomas's influence extended into education as well as schools and universities, particularly those focused on science and engineering, were established bearing his name and embodying his practical approach to learning through experimentation. His belief that education should be hands-on, not just theoretical, continues to influence how we teach science. Many of the industries Thomas helped establish grew far beyond what even he might have imagined. General Electric, formed from Edison General Electric, became one of the world's largest corporations. The recording industry that began with his tinfoil phonograph grew into a global entertainment business worth billions. The motion picture industry that started in his Black Maria studio. Even into the 21st century, Thomas Edison's influence remains evident as electric vehicles become increasingly common. We're realizing his century-old vision of transportation without gasoline as solar power expands. We're implementing the clean energy sources he advocated for in his later years as wireless communication connects the world we're building on. Perhaps most remarkably, many of the challenges Thomas worked on in his final years remain important areas of research. Today, alternative energy sources, improved storage batteries, more efficient transportation systems. These are still among humanity's most pressing technological needs. Thomas Edison lived during a time of unprecedented technological change, born into a world lit by candles and oil lamps. He died in an electrified world of radios, automobiles, aircraft, and cinema. He not only witnessed this transformation, he helped create it through his own curiosity, determination, and hard work. The curious boy who sold newspapers on trains became the man who lit the world, the self-educated inventor who held more than 1,000 patents, the industrialist who built companies that still influence our daily lives, the visionary who saw possibilities where others saw only problems. In laboratories and workshops around the world, whenever someone asks why something works the way it does or wonders, if there might be a better solution, whenever someone tests a new idea or makes an unexpected discovery, the spirit of Thomas Edison lives on, lives on. His famous saying that genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration remains true today. Innovation still requires both creative insight and methodical development, both the flash of inspiration and the long hours of testing and refinement. Thomas Alva Edison showed us all what one curious mind could accomplish with persistence, determination, and hard work. He took the lightning of inspiration and channeled it into the practical devices that transformed human existence. He found extraordinary uses. For ordinary materials he made the impossible not just possible, but practical and affordable. The world is brighter, more connected, more entertained, and more informed. Because Thomas Edison lived and worked and wondered and created, he gave us light and sound and motion, captured for all time. He gave us the future. As I sit here in my rocking chair, the embers of the fire growing dim, I think about how Thomas Edison's story touches all our lives every single day, when we flip a switch and banish darkness, when we listen to music, when we watch moving pictures. We are experiencing his legacy. Perhaps the greatest testament to Edison's genius is how thoroughly his inventions have been woven into the fabric of our daily lives, so common now that we barely think about them anymore. The light bulb, the phonograph, the motion picture camera, the alkaline battery, they've become invisible to us through their very ubiquity. I often wonder what Thomas would think of our world today, with its smartphones and internet and space travel. I think he would recognize it all as the natural evolution of the foundation he helped build. I think he would smile at how many of his predictions came true, and then immediately start tinkering with our devices, finding ways to improve them. That was the essence of the man, never satisfied, always looking for a better way, always asking questions, always. Improving his deafness didn't stop him poverty, didn't stop him lack of formal education, didn't stop him ridicule, didn't stop him failure after failure, didn't stop him failing. Thomas Edison reminds us that our greatest limitations exist only in our minds, that with curiosity, persistence, and hard work, we can overcome seemingly impossible obstacles, that one determined person can truly change the world. As I prepare to extinguish this last lamp and head to my bed, I'm reminded of those poetic words spoken when Edison passed away on October 18, 1931. It was suggested that the nation dim its lights for 1 minute in his honor, a fitting tribute to the man who had given light to the world. But perhaps an even more fitting tribute is that we never dim our lights, that the illumination he brought continues to shine brighter with each passing year, with each new discovery, with each innovation built upon his foundation. Built upon his foundation. And so, my friends, as we end our journey through the life of Thomas Alva Edison, remember his example when you face your own challenges. Remember the boy who turned his disabilities into advantages, the young man who turned his curiosity into invention, the businessman who turned his ideas into industries that changed the world. Let his story inspire you to pursue your own dreams with the same determination and persistence that he showed throughout his remarkable life. For in the end, that is his greatest legacy, not just the inventions themselves, but the spirit of innovation, the belief that with enough effort we can solve any problem, improve any situation. Now, I must bid you good night. The hour grows late, and like Edison himself, we all need some rest before tomorrow comes with its new challenges and opportunities. But as you drift off to sleep, remember that somewhere a light is shining because of Thomas Edison, and that will never truly dim as long as we remember. Sweet dreams and bright tomorrows.